All rise, we will obey. The International Criminal Court is now in session. L'audience de la Cour pénale internationale est ouverte. Please be seated. Veuillez vous asseoir.
Thank you very much. Court officer, please announce the case.
Thank you, Mr. President. Situation in the Republic of Kenya in the case of the prosecutor versus William Samoei Ruto and Joshua Arap Sang, ICC 01090111.
Thank you very much. The prosecution appearances I see remains the same.
The same, Your Honor, except I'm back this morning.
Mr. President, good morning. There's no change to the defence team of Mr. William Ruto.
Thank you.
Mr. President, there's no change in Mr. Sang's defence.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I see there's a change in the Victims' Council representation.
Yes, good morning, Mr. President, Your Honours. Today I am back here, Wilfred Nderitu, counsel for the victims, assisted by Mr. Ochlon Narantsetseg and Ms. Caroline Hadzik. Thank you.
Welcome back, Mr. Nderitu. And Mr. Bugo?
Good morning, Mr. President. No change in the representation of witness 356. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Kiginkatwa, please continue. And witness, good morning and welcome back.
Good morning, Mr. Witness.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Now, Mr. Witness, in your testimony, you generally explained that when I played to you an audio yesterday also, you said that much as you noticed that Mr. Sang was pleading for peace before elections, in fact there was no violence before the elections. Is that your position still, Mr. Witness?
There was no any violence before the elections, Your Honor.
And Mr. Witness, in your estimation, about when did the violence end?
It ended in 2008, Your Honor.
I understand, Mr. Witness. I mean, could I put it to you that it was approximately the 15th of January? By 15th of January, violence was over.
Your Honor, in my own village, there was no violence by 5th of January, Your Honor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Witness. The other thing I wish to clarify, Mr. Witness, so that I don't need to play the audio before elections where Mr. Sang pleaded for peace, is could you confirm that from what you heard Mr. Sang saying at the station, he actually asked people to maintain peace before elections?
I confirm, Your Honor.
Now, Mr. Witness, thank you for that. It was further your testimony that sometime when there was violence, Mr. Sang and Mr. Ruto were at the station, at Kass FM station, pleading for peace, and according to you, violence ended when they did that. Is that what you said, Mr. Witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
You also said, Mr. Witness, that you had heard Mr. Ruto make a plea for peace at Citizen, was it Citizen Radio or Citizen TV?
Citizen Television, Your Honor.
Now, Mr. Witness, I want to play an audio of exactly what Mr. Ruto said at Citizen TV, and please confirm if that's what you heard. Thank you.
I'm sorry, but could we have the ERN or the reference number of the audio or video that's going to be played?
It is Ken D11 0013 0058, and I'm sorry I missed out to read that here and now.
Is there a tab as well in the bundle?
It is, Mr. President and Your Honors, it is an audio in English, and so we didn't make out a transcription. Neither did we make, it's not in the tab. Mr. President, it is about a minute-long audio, so I'll play the whole of it.
It is
ODM
it is audio.
It is audio, Mr. President.
ODM believes that the loss of life, the destruction of property that is going on in our country is unnecessary and warranted and should stop immediately. Urgent steps should be taken. We are prepared as the ODM to make urgent steps towards resolving this issue. We just hope the other side realizes the urgency with which the situation in our country needs to be dealt with.
Mr. Witness, may I ask you the first question being, do you recognize the voice of the person speaking?
Honorable William Ruto, Your Honor.
And Mr. Witness, is that the audio you had being broadcasted from a citizen?
I can't confirm, Your Honor, because what I had was in the television, and I can't remember the exact words which Honorable Ruto used that time, so I can't confirm, Your Honor.
Do you say you can't remember the words that Honorable Ruto used at that time?
Your Honor, I can't say it was the exact date because I don't remember how many days William Ruto came to the station to speak, but if it was the one which was in Citizen TV, maybe I could have recognized, Your Honor.
Just one clarification, if I may. Line 15, I think the witness said, I can't confirm and not can. I think that's an error.
Mr. Kigen-Katwa, before you proceed, if you looked at line 8, where the audio was played, it merely says audio recording played in open court. The text of that does not appear. Now, I understand there is a court policy adopted before this case, used in other cases, that audio and video are not transcripted on the record. One could see a practical reason for that. Sometimes this could be very long. Other times they could be in a language that is foreign to the language or languages of the court. But we cannot be wedded to a certain technicality when the reason for a certain policy may not apply. In this instance, the audio you played is very short. We should be able to get it on the record. What can be done is you, Mr. Kigen-Katwa, can repeat yourself what we hear on the audio, so that we have the text of the audio on the record.
I'm applied to you, Mr. President, and I request to do that through the witness in terms of what he had.
Why don't you just read out the thing? It might be more straightforward. And the prosecution, if they will, I'm sure, hold you to it if they think you've misread.
Mr. President, we had not transcribed the audio, and that's...
Microphone, Mr. President. Microphone, sir.
I know.
Mr. President, I had a few questions that I intended to ask the witness in consideration of him having had the audio. If I could go through those questions, and if there is need still for me to have that on record, I could happily do that, Mr. President.
There's a need. There is a need, and that's why. That should not be too difficult, is it? All right. It just, the tape is played, it's paused, you read out what we heard, and then resumes, you read out, like, until we get the text on the record. You can even have one of your colleagues do it.
With your leave. Another way perhaps of doing it is that the tape can be played and stopped every so often, and the transcribers in the court can transcribe it in bite-sized pieces, and we can just verify, or Mr. Kato Keegan can verify, and all parties, if that accords to what's been played.
What I'm trying to do, I'm trying to get around a policy.
The policy, indeed.
Yes. I've also been told that it's logistically better if what I suggested is done because of the need for interpretation.
If the court officer could assist, it's...
What seems to be the problem?
ODM believes that the loss of life,
Mr. President, I have the whole text with me. If I could read it, and then we can play it just to counter-check what is...
You do have the text?
Yes, I have it with me. Yes.
All right, okay. Play the video, the audio first, and then you read the text.
Obliged, Mr. President.
ODM believes that the loss of life, the destruction of property that is going on in our country is unnecessary and warranted and should stop immediately. Urgent steps should be taken. We are prepared as the ODM to make urgent steps towards resolving this issue. We just hope the other side realizes the urgency with which the situation in our country needs to be dealt with.
Mr. Witness, this is what the text says. ODM believes that the loss of life, the destruction of property that is going on in our country is unnecessary, unwarranted, and should stop immediately. Urgent steps should be taken. We are prepared as ODM to make urgent steps towards resolving this issue. We just hope that the other side realizes the urgency with which the situation in our country needs to be dealt with. Mr. Witness, you recall that's what you had in the audio, isn't it?
Yes, Your Honor.
Can you review the text?
I'll go back to it again, Mr. Witness. Yes, I can see the word English was inserted into at line 18. That shouldn't be there, Mr. President.
Should it also say warranted or unwarranted? I don't know.
Is unwarranted, Mr. President. Unnecessary, unwarranted, and should stop immediately. And then that we hope the other side realizes the urgency with which the situation in our country needs to be dealt with, and that urgent steps should be taken.
All right, let's start again, Mr. Kigen-Katwa. Can you read it again, beginning from the beginning? ODM believes, can you start from there?
Yes, Mr. President.
And read slowly.
I will, Mr. President. ODM believes that the loss of life, the destruction of property that is going on in our country is unnecessary, unwarranted, and should stop immediately. Urgent steps should be taken. We are prepared as ODM to make urgent steps towards resolving this issue. We just hope the other side realizes the urgency with which the situation in our country needs to be dealt with.
Prosecution, do you have any difficulty with the text that's read out? That's what was played in the audio?
No, Your Honor, I have no difficulty with that. It seems that what it was played. But in the future, simply, I've noticed that the jurisprudence of other chambers has been to only admit audio if it has a proper transcript and a translation, if necessary, for the court. This was the case in Katanga as well as in the Lubanga case. So I understand this is a brief extract from an audio, but in the future it would be preferable if we did have a transcript.
Point is noted, and we will review that practice of the other chambers and see what they did and why. Mr. Kigen-Katwa, proceed. Now you can ask your questions of the witness. The point was to get the text on record.
Thank you, Mr. President. Now, Mr. Witness, could you confirm that from what you heard, Mr. Ruto is talking on behalf of ODM, Mr. Witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Witness, you will confirm that nowhere does he say he's speaking on behalf of Kalenjin, isn't it?
Yes, Your Honor.
Now, Mr. Witness, you also said that Mr. Ruto went to KSFM and pleaded for peace, isn't it?
Yes, Your Honor.
I'd like to play you a different audio, which should be what was broadcasted at KSFM, and I will ask you to comment on it. For the court record, it is MFI T D09 00089, and it is a tab 15. Mr. President, we are playing the entire clip. It should be about 30 seconds like that, and the other one was 34 seconds. Sorry, I'm told it's 2 minutes and 17 seconds.
Iko William Arap Ruto, jumbe na Eldoret no ameche ay baraini korong maksibiga ko dita palenji na biga bemetat Kenya. Kanit nelel netni gaberuret a kita tu nenye ngeni nelel na isuldoy awonyan biga gaberuret at Jehovah. Amya mojibiga ko dita palenji ale mi ngoyandi o emet mi ngale tay ngale gabuchaguzi che koromen kitcheme kengalal a ko gibiga bodiem David Kenyoru arngaleja tagen goret nebo kalyet kitesetai kengololi ak biik chemi emetab Kenya ak chemi emotinwek chebo sang. Kangalal Gordon Brown, Prime Minister nebo olimbo Britain ak Mheshimiwa Raila. Kangalal kora Mheshimiwa Raila ak biik chechang chebo emotinwek cheterotin ketieme kecheng oret nebo iman nekitore ngalek kotestai eng ngalekab uchaguzi. Amache asom biikab Kalenjin tugul ngole mi biikab emetab Kenya kemuite kemete boriet kemete ngalek tugul chengeme kalyet eng emenyon nebo Kenya asikobit kecheng oret nebo kalyet nekitore ngalek chekomi akobit imanda nebo chitugul nebo pirkura eng ngalekab lewenisiet nekosirto kitieme keboisie ortinwek chebo kalyet kecheng kenyoru imanda nebo biikchok ak nenyochek tugul biik chekokipir kura ko kimache kesom biik tugul kakas kele boriet nemitei ak ngoyondit nemitei kebeberwek chechang chebo Kenya olimbo Eldoret, olimbo Kericho, olimbo Sotik ak kebeberwek olimbo Kisumu ak Busia ak olimbo Mombasa ak Nairobi kebeberwek chechang. Meche kesom kele oye ongimutyon me kalyet eng emoni makimeche keboisie ortinwek chemabo sheria kimeche keboisie oret nebo sheria kot kenyoru imandanyo. Kameche asom biikab kutitab Kalenjin ngolibo ak biik tugul chebo emetab Kenya asikobit kemete boriosiek ak tuguk chetesetai ak kechop kalyet asikotestai emenyo eng oret nekararan. Ko ya tugul kemeche kesom muitaet ak kesom biikab kutitab Kalenjin ak biikab Kenya tugul kotebi eng oret nebo kalyet ak kokin asikobit kecheng ole kitestai ngalek chebo siasa chebo emenyo nebo Kenya eng oret nebo kalyet.
I would request the court officer to assist pass over the transcript and translation. Now, Mr. Witness, as the exact transcription and translation of that document is being given to you, could you confirm that is the peace message you said was made by Mr. Sang and Mr. Ruto that you said you had at Kass FM?
It is, Your Honor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Witness. And Mr. Witness, you confirm this was approximately 1st of January 2008?
I'm not sure of the date, but it is the message that William Ruto gave at Kass FM, especially to the Kalenjin community, Your Honor.
Mr. Witness, I can understand if you can't remember because of passage of time. But are you in a position to give us a rough estimate of the time range? Approximately when could it be?
Before 5th of January, Your Honor.
Before 5th of January. Thank you very much. And would you confirm if you had it more than once or you had it only once, Mr. Witness?
I had him live at Kass FM, Your Honor.
I understand, Mr. Witness. Well, I understand that you are saying you had it being conveyed to you live. But would you recall if you had it once or could it have been replayed?
I can't recall, Your Honor.
And Mr. Witness, when you had it, was it about 1 day after election, 2 days after elections? Would you have an idea? I know you said it couldn't be beyond 5th of January.
Some days after election, Your Honor, and some things after the fight that erupted in Kenya, Your Honor.
Now, Mr. Witness, so that the rest of the court is with us, I will read out to you the English translation of what you had and request you to confirm if that is correct.
Before you do, is line 9 correct in the answer? Witness, you are recorded as answering some days after election, Your Honor, and some things after the fights that erupted in Kenya.
Your Honor, I said some days after the election and some days also after the fight had erupted in Kenya.
Thank you.
Now, Mr. Witness, confirm this is what Mr. Ruto, who you said was accompanied by Mr. Sang, said. William Arap Ruto of Eldoret North, I would like to take this opportunity to wish the Kalenjin listeners and the people of the nation of Kenya a blessed new year and every success in the new year that has God's blessings. I would like to tell our Kalenjin listeners that there is serious insecurity in the country. There are issues surrounding the elections that have been very complicated. As ODM people, we are trying to talk so that we can solve those issues in a peaceful manner. We continue to talk with the people in the nation of Kenya and those from other countries. Gordon Brown, the Prime Minister of Britain, talked with Honorable Raila. Also, Honorable Raila talked with many other people from different countries. We are trying to find a just solution to the issues that transpired in the elections. I would like to appeal to the Kalenjin people, wherever they are, and the people of Kenya, to persevere and renounce violence. Let us desist from any action that may ruin peace in our country, Kenya, so that we may find a peaceful solution to these issues, and that every voter in the just concluded elections may find peace. We are trying to find a peaceful solution.
Wait. Did he say may find peace or may find justice?
I'm sorry, Mr. President. May find justice. We are trying to find a peaceful solution on behalf of the people and all of us who voted, so we would like to appeal to all people. I have heard that there is much violence and insecurity in many areas in Kenya, in Eldoret, in Kericho, in Sotik, in Kisumu, Busia, Mombasa, Nairobi, and many other places. The spellings, I think Eldoret, everybody has that. Kericho is K-E-R-I-C-H-O. Sotik is S-O-T-I-K. Kisumu is familiar. Busia is B-U-S-I-A. Mombasa and Nairobi is familiar. We appeal that, please, let us exercise restraint. Let there be peace in this land. We do not want to use unlawful methods. We want to use peaceful means until we find justice. So I would like to appeal to the Kalenjin people, wherever they are, and all the people of Kenya, that we refrain from violence and pursue peace so that our country may prosper. So we would like to appeal for patience and beseech the Kalenjin people and all people of Kenya to live in peace and wait as we seek solution to the political problems of our country in a peaceful manner. And Mr. President, that is in Ken D09 0024 0013 to 0014. Mr. Witness, could you kindly confirm that that's a fair translation of what you had in Kalenjin?
This is a fair translation, Your Honor.
Now, Mr. Witness, you say Mr. Sang had accompanied Mr. Ruto when this plea was made. Could you confirm that you've not heard Mr. Sang's voice anywhere on this clip?
Your Honor, I didn't say that Mr. Sang accompanied Mr. Ruto. I said Mr. Sang was in KSFM when Mr. Ruto went to KSFM, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Witness. Could you then confirm that you do not hear Mr. Sang's voice anywhere in that clip?
Your Honor, not only Mr. Sang's voice, but there is no any voice of any Kass FM presenter who was hosting Mr. Ruto at that time, Your Honor. So I cannot say that Mr. Sang was not there because there is no any other presenter who has been given that he was hosting Honorable Ruto at that time, Your Honor. And I still maintain that that time it was Mr. Sang who was in the studio when Mr. Ruto went to Kass FM, Your Honor.
Right, so let us understand what you've just said. When you say not only the voice of Mr. Sang did you not hear, but you did not hear the voice of any other presenter who might have introduced Mr. Ruto. Are you referring to what happened at that time, what you heard on Kass FM at that time, or are you referring to the audio that has just been played to you in the courtroom?
Your Honor, I'm referring to the audio.
That has just been played in the courtroom?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
And in your own words, Mr. Witness, why do you come to the conclusion that Mr. Sang and Mr. Ruto were at the station when this audio was being broadcasted?
Your Honor, I can say this was the audio because I remember that Mr. Sang was the one who was welcoming Mr. Ruto, and he had earlier told the Kass FM listeners that Mr. Ruto is going to speak to the Kalenjin community on Kass FM, Your Honor.
Now, Mr. Witness, okay, we'll come back to that. Let's just clear a few issues from the
Your Honor, if I may, I think that it's a bit unfair for the witness in this circumstance. I understand where my colleague from defense is going, but it's only a clip of 2 minutes, 17 seconds. So clearly, the whole clip has not been played for the witness. I understand that defense counsel has access to these clips, and perhaps it would be best if we could put the entirety of what was stated on that day or what happened on that day so that the questions can be put to the witness and it can be fair for him. If we're asking him simply, do you hear the voice of Mr. Sang because that's what you've said in the past, but it doesn't appear, this is only 2 minutes, 17 seconds of it.
Mr. Garcia, again, it looks like that witness didn't need that intervention from you. The witness had made it very plain what he's saying. I think we understand his point.
Now, Mr. Witness, you confirm that, you've already confirmed that it was played sometime before the 5th of January, isn't it, 2008?
Yes, Your Honor.
Now, could you confirm that in the audio, clearly Mr. Ruto is speaking on behalf of ODM?
Yes, Your Honor, you are speaking on behalf of ODM. And, Your Honor, I would like to say that I do not, many press conferences were made by ODM after the post-election violence. And I cannot say this is the statement, the only statement which Honorable Ruto made, because I can't remember how many times he made statements on behalf of ODM, Your Honor.
Mr. Witness, much as you say Mr. Ruto could have made many statements, you still remain in the position you had confirmed a moment ago when I asked you, that you actually had this specific one, even if there are many others that he may have made, isn't it?
I remember parts of words that I had, but I'm not sure that this is the one I listened to. But I remember Honorable Ruto calling for peace among the Kalenjin, especially among the Kalenjin community. That's the parts that I had. But I'm not sure if this is the one I listened to or I confused it with another one with the same words, Your Honor.
So, Mr. Witness, it is possible that you have mixed up the audios you had or what Mr. Sang broadcasted, isn't it?
Your Honor, I'm not sure if this is the audio of which Mr. Sang was playing, because I have not seen Mr. welcoming Mr. Ruto to the studio, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Witness. I promise you to come back to that issue of Mr. Sang inviting Mr. Ruto and whether the tape is complete. But if you could just answer a few more questions from me on this, what you just heard. The other thing other than that he spoke for ODM is that in fact he says that we are talking with the people of Kenya. Isn't it, Mr. Witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Witness, when he says he's talking with people of Kenya, you confirm that nowhere in the audio does he say we are talking with the Kikuyu, isn't it?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Witness, you confirm that Mr. Ruto says, I appeal for peace from you people of Kalenjin and all people of Kenya, isn't it?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Witness, could you confirm that nowhere did you hear Mr. Ruto saying, I order you people of Kalenjin to stop violence?
Your Honor, I confirm I have not got it, and I have never stated in my statement that Mr. Ruto made an order, Your Honor.
Mr. President, at this point, I would pray to be allowed to have this audio produced as an exhibit together with the transcription and the translation.
Any objection?
Yes, the prosecution objects. Initially, I think the witness has stated that he confirmed, and then afterwards he seems to revise his decision. He says he's not certain. On that basis, the prosecution submits that there's no evidence regarding the authenticity of this audio recording, and that therefore it should only be given an MFI number. Also, Your Honor, one other concern of the prosecution is that the witness has only been played 2 minutes and 17 seconds of an audio, and the witness clearly expressed the desire to listen to more of it to clearly establish whether yes or no it is the same broadcast that he heard at the time. So that's also a major concern for the prosecution, and that's one of the reasons why we believe the chamber should only given a mark for identification number. The defense will be free afterwards in its own case to bring someone to demonstrate and to prove the authenticity of that recording, that it is what purports to be.
The chamber will admit the documents as the next exhibit in the signed defendant's case. The chamber has confidence that the witness's answer has mapped out the issue to be debated at the point of use of this material, if those issues remain pending.
Thank you, Mr. President. The audio can D0900240012 will bear the following number: EVD T D110024, and will be known as Sang Defense Exhibit number 24. The transcription can D0900240013 will bear the following number: EVD T D110025, and will be known as Sang Defense Exhibit number 25. Both items will be registered as public.
Mr. President, we would also pray that item Ken D1100130058, being the first audio I played, be marked for identification.
Your Honor, your prosecution objects on the same basis. The witness clearly stated, and it's page 5, lines 23-24, that he can't confirm that that was the same recording that he had heard at the time on Citizen TV. So on that basis, the defense has not established the authenticity of that recording, And in our opinion, it should be given only an MFI number.
You then agree with the defense counsel. He only asked for the material to be marked for identification. So they will be marked for identification.
Thank you, Mr. President. The audio Ken D11-0013-0058 will bear the following number: MFI T D11-00026, and will be registered as public.
In line 3, I actually did not say don't. I said then. So you then agree with the defense counsel. Move on, Mr. Tegan-Cantwell.
Mr. Witness, you clearly are quite knowledgeable in Kenya, in Kenyan issues, having told us about a number of things. You recall that, in fact, there was a time when the media had a fight with government over a ban on live coverage. Do you, Mr. Witness?
I didn't get your question, Your Honor.
Do you recall that there was a time immediately after the President Kibaki had been sworn in when there was a ban on media making live coverage of news and other news items?
I'm not aware, Your Honor.
You have no knowledge whatsoever that there was a ban on live coverage?
I didn't hear, Your Honor.
Mr. President, I'll leave that issue there. I will take it up with another witness.
How much longer do you have? Have you come to the end of your cross-examination?
No, Mr. President, I'm sorry.
Can you give us an idea of how much longer you propose to go?
It is possible I will take this session and the next one, Mr. President. I will cut it as short as possible, Mr. President. Thank you. Now, Mr. Witness, you said you have a very clear recollection of Mr. Sang having invited Mr. Ruto to the station and given him a chance to express himself, isn't it? And that's when you said after his broadcast, violence subsided.
Yes, Your Honor.
I want to play an audio, and then I will ask you a few questions. Mr. President, I am referring to prosecution document at tab 12, that is Ken OTP 0075 0042. And I propose to play timestamp 0 seconds to 1 minute 38 seconds. Mr. President, I will use the English translation, which is at tab 13. And with the assistance of the court officer, I will request to give the witness a copy of the translation. The translation is Ken OTP 0106 0312. Mr. Witness, please listen.
Agnigonitoto William Samuel Ruto inendet ko mjumbe nebo Eldoret North was Singishu District. Inendet kora ko agenge ngondoik chebo chamaitab ODM chekikure Pentagon. Ko imbitaurani kumi koboto studio ku igiyogu somet ole wikatomoche konyo nyokong'ololwo amu eng kenyini tab koboto ng'alekab lewenishet kotomo konyoru kasarta ongololchin ak inendet ko eng betutab rani ikono kasarta kobit kas sikobit okas ak inendet tuguk chemwoe ak tebutik alak tugul chekotinye mising ko tebutiet agenge notok yomoche komi yu sikobit kowal. Karibu mheshimiwa.
Kongoi mising arap sang akameche aiboroini akat biik tugul chebo kalenjin eng kebeberwek tugul chemitei icheket akamwochi alechi happy new year.
Kongoi mising. Mi biik tayari kokasin mheshimiwa kosan kote koron biikab Amerika kolen kakilen no Rwanda. Icheket ko saa sita kemboi lakini kale makirutosi tayari kokasin akoi let sikobit koruyo. Kokunoto itakat eng studio betutab rani kinyinet tai korok eng kenyini ako kikaimwa happy new year man ko happy new year biik chechang kokimwa. Netai komeche kekon kongoi mising amu kiimuch iretainen anan irib ng'echerengung nebo Eldoret North ko kingokonin biikab Eldoret eng kasarta ne noto ko nebo oeng anan nebo somok amu eng tai ko kiui kimi ng'olyo nekimwoe biik kolen Eldoret North ko makiwektogei iwendi agenge ak iwe ko koimuch inam konyil somok. Karibu.
Mr. Witness, that audio is exactly what you are describing, isn't it?
No, Your Honor, this is a total different day that Honorable Ruto went to KSFM, Your Honor.
What is the difference between what you adduced as evidence and this audio, Mr. Witness?
Your Honor, this audio was, Ruto was there when the Kalenjin community had requested through KSFM that we would like to hear the voice or to hear to William Ruto to come to KSFM. But what I was saying is that William Ruto was making a statement both in KSFM and in Citizen TV. It was not that it was a request from the people. This was played late after the post-election violence, Your Honor.
Now, Mr. Witness, let's just confirm, first of all, what you've just said. You have the recollection that Mr. Ruto's visit to the station is as a result of requests made by people that he goes and addresses them from KSFM. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Witness, yours?
And in relation to which broadcast do we have that circumstance you just described and the witness spoke about? That is, people requesting that he attend the station and address them. Was it in relation to the transcript we're looking at now, or in relation to the other broadcast he's talking about? Can we clarify that?
Mr. President, yes, we could clarify that. And with the permission of the chamber, may I read the English translation of what we just heard, after which that question will immediately get answered. Mr. Witness, this is what Mr. Ruto said.
No. What I want is the witness's answer. I don't know if I've assisted in muddling it up, possibly. But the witness said that, answered your question and said definitely not the same thing he was talking about.
Mr. President, that answer is exactly on the translation.
It's his answer. The witness is answered. Witness, all right.
May I ask him?
Again.
Mr. Witness, you say Mr. Ruto went to the station because people had asked that he goes there and addresses them from KSFM, didn't you?
Yes, I said so, according to the audio which is played now, Your Honor.
Good. Which is played now. Thank you.
And could you confirm this is what it says, so that it goes on record, Mr. President? Joshua Sang, before I do that, Mr. Witness, could you confirm how many people do you hear in the audio?
I confirm Mr. Joshua Sang, Your Honor.
Did you hear anybody else other than Mr. Joshua Sang, Mr. Witness?
Maybe you repeat the audio, then I will listen to it very well.
Could you recall if you heard the voice of Mr. Ruto?
Yes, Honorable Ruto and Joshua Sang, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Witness. I'll read. The Honorable William Samoei Arap Ruto, who is the Member of Parliament of Eldoret North in Uasin Gishu District. He is also one of the leaders of the ODM, who are referred to as Pentagon. Today, He is in the studio, as you had requested that you wanted him to come and to talk to you because in the year after elections, you have not been able to talk to him. Today, you get the chance through CAS so that you can listen to what he has to say and ask all questions that you have, and especially on the one question that you wanted answered. He is here to answer that. Welcome, Honorable. And then William Ruto says this. Thank you very much, Arab Sang. I want to take this opportunity to greet all Kalenjin people wherever they are. I would like to wish them a Happy New Year. Then Sang says this. Thank you very much. There are people who are ready to listen to you, Honorable. I even heard the people of America saying, no sleep. It will be midnight there, but they said they will not sleep. They are ready to listen to you until you finish. Then they can sleep. Let me welcome you to the studio today, the first day this year. Like you said, Happy New Year. It is really a Happy New Year to most people like you said. First, we want to thank you very much because you are able to retain or hold on to your seat of Eldoret North. The people of Eldoret had given you the seat for the second or third time because in the beginning it was difficult. There was a saying that people said that in Eldoret North, no one goes back. Once is enough, but you are able to obtain the seat. Mr. Witness, that's what you had in Kalenjin, isn't it?
Yes, Your Honor.
Now, Mr. Witness, you will confirm that in that audio, Mr. Ruto says Happy New Year being the year 2008, isn't it?
Yes, Your Honor.
You also confirm that on the face of it you can see Mr. Sang saying this is the first time that Ruto is going to the station, isn't it? I can see you smiling, Mr. Witness.
Your Honor, Mr. Sang said clearly that it was the first time for Honorable Ruto to talk to the Kalenjin people and the first time for the Kalenjin people to talk to Honorable Ruto. Not that it was the first time for Honorable Ruto to address Kenyans or Kalenjins through Kass FM, Your Honor.
And Mr. Witness, so that I close that issue, you have no audio yourself to show that Mr. Ruto had gone to Kass FM earlier than the date of this audio, isn't it?
Yes, Your Honor.
Now, I want you to look at the first page of that audio, and that is Ken OTP 0106 0313. Can you see that, Mr. Witness?
Repeat again, Your Honor.
Mr. Witness, could you look at you are given 2 pages, isn't it?
Yes, yes, Your Honor.
I want you to look at the first page. The court officer will assist you. It is the page with Ken OTP 0106 0313. Can you see that, Mr. Witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
Would you tell the court what date it bears?
20th March 2008, Your Honor.
And you would agree by 20th March 2008, violence had already disappeared, isn't it?
Kenya was peaceful by then, Your Honor.
Mr. President, that's all I wish to say on this document. I would like to have it produced as an exhibit. I am sure prosecution has no objection because it is their own document. I would like to have both the audio and the translation and the transcription produced as exhibits.
Prosecution has no objection, Your Honor.
the document will be received into the record as the next in the Sang defense exhibits, the audio and the transcript.
And the translation, Mr. President.
The audio and the transcript and its translation.
Thank you, Mr. President. The audio Ken OTP 0075-0042 will bear the following number, EVD T D11 00027. The transcript Ken OTP 0106-0312 will bear the following number, EVD T D11 00028. The first item will be known also as Sang Defense Exhibit number 27, and the second item as Sang Defense Exhibit number 28. Could Mr. Kigan-Katwa please repeat the ERN number of the translation of the transcript?
The translation is Ken OTP 0075-0042, and the transcription is Ken OTP 0075-0042. And the audio is Ken OTP 0075-0042. Just a second, I'm sorry. May I
Okay, so the document Ken OTP 0099-0531 will bear the EVD number EVD T D11 0029. Thank you, Mr. President. And also, sorry, this item will be known as Sang Defense Exhibit number 29.
Out of curiosity, prosecutor, why do we have two ERN numbers? One inside the body and then a different one at the foot of the page?
I think the first one, Your Honor, refers to the ERN of the recording itself, the audio. The second one is the ERN of the transcript or the translation itself.
But if that's the case, we see that the translation is not an audio, but he also has an ERN. The same problem occurs. In the translation, we have 0042 ending in the body, and then the foot of the page are different. It can cause confusion sometimes. And
Your Honor, it's actually referring to the same. When you see evidence registration number 00750042, that's the audio, I presume, the original piece of evidence. And at the bottom, you have obviously a distinct ERN for the transcript and another one for the translation, which are different ERNs.
And what is 0041 then?
I don't see the 0041. I have before me 0160312, which is a translation, and 0160477, which is the transcript of the audio.
If you go to tab 12, which go to tab 12, we have evidence registration number ERN in the body of that page, the first page.
Mr. President.
Anyway, it didn't detain us, but
maybe Counsel for Defense were you referring to tab 13 or tab 12, just to?
It's tab 13, Mr. President.
And there's the reason for the confusion. 12 is a different ERN. 13 is the one we're speaking about. So there is no problem with the ERNs at all. Tab 13 is referring to 00750042 as the original piece of evidence, and the transcript is tab 14, and it's also referring to the same item of evidence. There is no confusion. Tab 12 is referring to another item of evidence, and I understand that wasn't the audio that was played to the witness.
Mr. President, Mr. Garcia is correct.
That's correct?
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
Sorry about that. Then let's continue.
Now, Mr. Witness, you said yesterday and the day before yesterday that Mr. Sang mobilized people to compose and constitute a council of elders. Did you say, Mr. Witness, that?
I didn't say he mobilized people, but I said he advertised through Kasevamion. And also, he hosted people who came to teach the community about the Kalenjin Council of Elders.
Now, Mr. Witness, you also said that what was the time frame you put to this event, Mr. Witness?
I said before the elections of 2007, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Before the elections of 2007. Are you in a position to give an estimate of the time?
I am not sure about the month or the year, but it was before 2007, Your Honor.
And if you say it is before 2007, you could be referring to the year 2006, Mr. Witness?
I'm not sure of the year, Your Honor, but it was before 2007.
And Mr. Witness, is it your testimony also that the Council of Elders was put together with a view to assisting Mr. Ruto in his election bid?
Your Honor, what I said is that in the past years, the Kalenjin community didn't have the Kalenjin Council of Elders. And I say that in my own view, it came only because of political reasons of few people, Your Honor.
Mr. Witness, I thought you had very specifically said it was meant to assist Mr. Ruto, but feel free to change your position if you want to change.
Your Honors, I'd like if Defense Counsel is going to be referring the witness to something he said in his testimony, that to be fair to the witness, that the passage or the extract be reread to the witness so that if there is a confrontation, the witness knows exactly what Defense Counsel is speaking about.
That's a fair point, Mr. Keegan Katwa.
Mr. President, I will look for it as I proceed with other questions. I'll come back to framing that question specifically.
You should have had it up front. If you're going to say what the witness said, please proceed.
Now, Mr. Witness, do you recall some of the people that Mr. Sang hosted?
For now, I can't recall, Your Honor.
Could one of them be, you mentioned John Koech?
I can't recall who exactly, because they were there many times, Your Honor.
I just want to suggest a few names if you recall, Mr. Witness. What of Augustine Cheruyot, Mr. Witness?
No, I didn't hear Augustine Cheruyot.
Johnson.
Both Koech, you can see that's probably easy to get, but please spell these names when you use them.
Koech is K-O-E-C-H, and Cheruyot is C-H-E-R-U-Y-O-T. Mr. Witness, you also mentioned Jackson Kibor. Could he have been also interviewed by any chance?
There was a time whereby he was at K7, but I'm not sure if it was because of the Kalenjin Council of Elders.
And Kibor is K-I-B-O-R. You also said one John Said. Did you say that, Mr. Witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
Was he interviewed at the station on this issue?
Your Honor, the only thing that I can say is that I don't want to say what I'm not sure of. I don't remember for now.
And Mr. Witness, it is, you had, and you said it was done repeatedly, isn't it? It's not once, isn't it?
They came several times because they were introducing the issue to the Kalenjin community, Your Honor.
Now, Mr. Witness, I want to play an audio for you of one of those instances that Mr. Sang hosted people interviewing and popularizing the idea of composing a Council of Elders. I want you to listen to it, and then I'll ask you a few questions. Mr. President, that is at tab 19, and the audio is Ken D1100130067, and I propose to play timestamp 49.21 to 53.06.
Could we have a reference as to what pages? I understand the timestamp, but
that would be a D1100130219. I would request for the assistance of the court officer to give the witness the transcript.
Kongoi missing kotab Kalenjin eng tugul imite hoit kasarta noto nebo tetutienyo nebo kasalen emet emetab rani komut kasi kuige mawek ingwech chekikosirto ko eng keretab borietab Kalenjin ko kikengalale eng kasarta nekoi kastoindetab Kalenjin akobo keretab taunet notok nebo boishek anan council of elders en boryetab Kalenjin kikobo boishek cheterterchin studio chekikengalal ngalek chechang mising chetokyingei taunetab noto ko council of elders noto ko ingemuchi kele kirwogetab boishek anan ko tuyetab boishek nemuchi kengalale ngalek chechang mising akotor chambi chemwa ngalek chechang kole noye nguko matami chepyoso nguko matani ne kosubkei ak listini kasoman lakini komwa kole kiasomani kityo kou noto lakini komi biik chebwone sinyo komwowok ngalechu tugul tetutik tugul kotokyingei ne ko biik chemi nguno kityo chekikure facilitation committee biik iumi kabwatutik asikobit kotoi ki kokimwoe kele akoi kobit biik chetou ki yekakobit kou noto ketestai tugul anyun eng oretab kecheng oret nekisuldae ngalechu tugul ko kou noto komitei boishek studio chechoto komeche sikomwowech kabwatet eng ngalechu tugul ak tokyinet akoi anyun tun keityi maketab kenyoru council of elders chechoto kobo Kalenjin kinget kele kot age tugul kotindoi ngoka Nandi Kipsigis Keiyon cho tugul kotindoi chi tugul lakini kakimeche as kebwat kele tos kinyoru agenge nebo Kalenjin kokiyomyo kabwatutikab biikab Kalenjin kobun boishek kobun kipsomaninik chok sikobit kiro oret nekimuchi keserune bororiet amu kikemwa atkan tugul kele chang ngalek chenome bororiet chengab.
Mr. Witness, do you recognize the voice of the person speaking?
Joshua Sang, Your Honor.
And Mr. Witness, it is one of those events when Mr. Sang was seeking to mobilize people to support the idea of composing and constituting a council of elders, isn't it?
Yes, Your Honor.
I want you to continue. Mr. Witness, do you recall having heard this particular audio?
I can't say I recall, Your Honor, because I had many of them. I can't say it was particularly this one.
And so it could be this one amongst others, isn't it, Mr. Witness?
It could be, Your Honor.
ikwonge chito ile ne nekimuchi keyai sikobit kesor bororiet ko ngomami kabwatutik chekororon kobun biik cheimuchi koteb ngony koui mising amu imuchi kobit ngalek ketiegei mising biikab bolotet eng sait age komi tuguk alake cheechen chekotakitoreti akot akichek eng kabwatutik anan eng toretet age tugul kouit ngoba kanisa kora komi ngap kouikitu kora kot ko biikab kanisa akichek kolen oye kotakinyoru biik chekototoretech kobun atebet kobun boisionik ko eng tugul kotameche komi biik chekemuchi kengalale ngalechu eng oretab keweiwei asikobit kenyor oret nekararan ko oret agenge ko tokyinetab kei ketoi kibagenge nito ko kotuyetab kei nebo biikab Kalenjin tugul choto chekikobirwek Jehova kotuswek choto 10 choto kikimongu kou Kipsigis Nandi Keiyo Tugen Marakwet Pokot Sabot Terik Okiek ak Sengwer ko choto ko biik chekostoik chok chekibwoti kele biikab Kalenjin onget ale kiyakemwa kele tisab kimukomi Sengwer ak Okiek ak Terik kokikakimwa kityo kele tisab lakini nguni ko eng keretab boishek ak keretab biikab Kalenjin kekere kele tukomi biik alake chebo bororienyo chenyolu keisu ak ketebi tugul eng kibagenge ko kounoto komeche sikenai kele eng ngalechu tugul kotokyingei ano kokoitano ak kabwatet nebo tetet ko ne ko eng studio betab rani ketinye kelchin mising ketinye representatives imuchi koma tugul lakini maimuchi kobwa biik tugul studio biik chekemuch kobwa studio nemwoitoi nekotochun tugul chekikoteta ako kikotebung'uny tugul eng oretab keret asikomwawech akobo bandab tai ak tokyinetab boisionichu tugul ko ane ko Joshua Arap Sang eng studio kemitei ak inendet Meja John Arap Sei asikobit kokatagakine karibu mising studio.
Kongoi no mising.
Kimite kora eng studio ak John Arap Sambu.
Kongoi mising.
Arap Sambu tegatishe.
Chamgei biikab kutit tugul akatok betutab rani ak len kongoi eng nafasi nekakekonech nyokengalalwo.
Kora kastoindet nyu kemite kora ak boiyot ako kora kipsomaniat neo eng bororietab Kalenjin Professor David Some.
Chamgei biikab Kalenjin.
Kongoi.
Mr. Witness, I will read the English translation of what you just heard, and then I'll request you to let us know if that's a fair translation of what you heard. Thank you very much, House of Kalenjin, wherever you are tuned in. This time has come for Kas Lene made today, this Friday, as had been indicated in the past weeks, in view of the Kalenjin people. The time has come to launch a Kalenjin Council of Elders. Different elderly men have come to the studio and have discussed many issues related to this setting up of Council of Elders. I know there are some who have made comments to the effect that women should not have been included following the list that I had read out. We will have guests who will join us so that they can explain this to you. Where is all this leading? What we have in place is a facilitating committee to steer the process and facilitate the selection of individuals to drive the process. As such, we have here with the studio some elders who will expound on this issue and provide direction until we have the Kalenjin Council of Elders. I know each community has elders, whether Nandi, Keyo, Kipsigis. Each community has. But our target is to see how we can come together in order to have one Kalenjin, one with membership of the elders and professionals, so that we can save the community. We have often talked about the issues that touch on the community that sometimes leaves you wondering what can be done to save the community. Kipsigis is spelled K-I-P-S-I-G-I-S. And Keyo is spelled K. And if we lack excellent ideas from people who are able to sit and do it, it becomes difficult because when issues emerge, we have to rely on politicians. Yet sometimes there are overwhelming issues where even they could require ideas or any other form of help, or even with the church members, sometimes wish they could reach out and get help from someone else, whether social or economic. Generally, we require a group of people that can examine these issues and address them in a good manner. So one way is this Council of Elders, which is a union of all Kalenjin people, the 10 communities including Kipsigis, which I just spelled, Nandi, which is N-A-N-D-I, Keyo, Tugen, T-U-G-E-N, Marakwet, M-A-R-A-K-W-E-T, Pokot, P-O-K-O-T, Sabaot, S-A-B-A-O-T, Terik, T-E-R-I-K, Sengwer, S-E-N-G-W-E-R, and Okiek, O-G-I-E-K. I know we previously said there were 7, leaving out Sengwer and Okiek and Terik. But the elders felt that there were other Kalenjin groups that we ought to reach out, bring closer and live with in unity. So we will be finding out where all this is leading and where the plans have reached thus far. So with us here at the studio today, we are privileged to have representatives who will tell us about the progress and the direction of all this. I am Joshua Arap Sang, and with me in the studio we have Major John Arap Sei, who will salute you. Arap Sei is A-R-A-P, and Sei is S-E-I-I. And then you have Sei saying, thank you very much. And then we also have John Sambo, who says, thank you very much. And then Mr. Sang says, Sambo, please greet the people again. And Mr. Sambo says, greetings all Kalenjins. I greet you today and would like to appreciate the opportunity you have given us to come and speak to you. And then Sang says, in addition, dear listener, we have elder and a senior professional among the Kalenjin community, Professor David Some. And Mr. Some says, greetings Kalenjin people. Sambo is spelled S-A-M-B-U. Arab is A-R-A-A-P. Some is spelled S-O-M-E. Mr. Witness, is that a fair translation of what you had in Kalenjin?
Yes, Your Honor.
And Mr. Witness, you know that Major John Say was actually elected the chairman of the first Council of Elders, isn't it?
He was elected later, Your Honor.
And Mr. Witness, you recognize his voice in the audio?
I'm not used to his voice, Your Honor, but Mr. Sang was introducing him as Mr. Say.
And Mr. Witness, do you know one Professor David Some?
I've heard of him, Your Honor.
Are you in a position to recognize his voice by any chance, Mr. Witness?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. President, considering the witnesses' recognition of this audio, I will pray that it be produced as an exhibit, Sang's defense exhibit. I will pray that the audio itself, Ken D1100130067, and the translation, which is both translation and transcription, Ken D1100130200, be produced as exhibits.
Prosecution.
Your Honor, given the fact that the witness did seem to indicate that he did recognize it, the prosecution is not objecting.
The audio and the transcripts will be received into the record as the next in the Sang defense exhibits.
Thank you, Mr. President. The audio Ken D1100130067 will bear the following number: EVD T D110030, and will also be referenced as Sang Defense Exhibit number 30. Its translation, Ken D1100130200, will bear the following number: EVD T D110031, and will also be referenced as Sang Defense Exhibit number 31. Both items will be registered as public documents and public items. Thank you.
Now, Mr. Witness, I just want to ask you a few questions from the audio that we just had. Could you confirm that according to Joshua, he is saying that this is not one, but a series of interviews and publicizing the intention to compose a Council of Elders?
Yes, Your Honor, I agree. He even said it was not the first one. There were others before that one, Your Honor.
And Mr. Witness, having initially heard these and many others, you would agree that eventually from this process that Mr. Sang was doing at the station, the Council of Elders was eventually constituted, isn't it?
I can't say it was because of Mr. Sang, Your Honor. It was Mr. Sang was working for Gas FM, and he was hosting people who were coming to sell the idea of the Kalenjin Council of Elders to the people, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Witness. So it is now your testimony that it was not Sang's idea alone, it was an idea shared by Sang with other people, isn't it?
Yes, I said in my statement, Your Honor.
Objection, Your Honor. Now, if defense counsel is going to want to put to the witness that in the past he's had a statement which was different from what he's saying today, then once again, to be fair with the witness, let's reread or let's read the part of the transcript where the witness would have allegedly made this statement.
Counsel, can we not have two lawyers standing up at the same time? That's not necessary. It leads to cross-talking. I'm sure the microphone didn't pick up everything that was said. So, Mr. Garcia, can you go again, please?
Briefly put, Your Honor, simply, if defense counsel wants to put to the witness that in the past, in his testimony, he said something different or he's held a different position, then I think it should be reread to him first and ask him if this is his position still, or if he has changed his position. That's all. We have to be fair to the witness at all times.
Mr. Kinkatwa.
Mr. Jonas, it is true I stood up and switched on my microphone in the course of Mr. Garcia's presentation. And my concern is that in all probability, Mr. Garcia knows where I want to go. And I'm very disturbed and concerned if in the name of an objection, an answer is suggested to the witness, and that's my concern. And Mr. Garcia knows that we have related well on this issue. I would really wish that he abstains from that. Now, in specific reference...
1 second. So the record is clear. Are you suggesting that Mr. Garcia had suggested the answer in his intervention?
I wouldn't go as far as that, but Mr. President...
What I heard him say is that if you're going to contradict the witness on the basis of the supposition that the witness had testified in specific terms, that it's only fair that you first put those terms to the witness. That's what I heard him say. Unless I made something that doesn't contain an answer to a question.
Mr. President, my question to the witness at that moment was based on his answer immediately before the next question that I asked. It is not based on any previous comment or observation he made.
Oh, fair enough. Proceed then.
Do I proceed, Mr. President? Notwithstanding the time, Mr. President.
Good. Yes, indeed, we are past the morning break time. We will take the break now. The blinds will come down and then the witness let out of the courtroom.
All rise. Veuillez vous lever. Please be seated. Veuillez vous asseoir.
We're in open session, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. The court officer will make a correction on the ERN number on the transcript. I'm helped in confusing her. But also, counsel, please, when you have a document to enter or exhibit, enter. It will be very, very helpful and avoid confusion if the ERN number is read out ahead of time, accompanying the announcement or the request to tender the material onto the record.
I will watch out on that, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. The correct ERN number of the recently admitted EVD T D11 00029 is Ken OTP 0106 0477.
Thank you. Mr. King-in-Council, please continue.
Mr. Witness, the last question I'd asked you was I'd asked you to confirm that having initially had this and many others, you would agree that eventually from this process that Mr. Sang was doing at the station, that the Council of Elders was eventually constituted. Do you remember that question, Mr. Witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
And Mr. Witness, your answer was, I can't say it was because of Mr. Sang, Your Honor. It was Mr. Sang who was working for KASFM, and he was hosting people who were coming to sell the idea of Kalenjin Council of Elders for the people, Your Honor. You recall that, Mr. Witness, as your answer?
Yes, Your Honor.
And then the next question I'd asked you is that you confirm that the idea of the Council of Elders was not an idea exclusively conceived by Mr. Sang.
It was not started by Mr. Sang, Your Honor.
And Mr. Witness, Mr. Sang, together with the other people who mooted the idea, eventually managed to create the Council of Elders, isn't it?
Yes, Your Honor.
Now, Mr. Witness, one last question on the part that we've played. Could you confirm that in that audio, Mr. Sang is saying that the purpose of the Council of Elders is to bring together all the 10 sub-tribes of Kalenjins?
I confirm, Your Honor.
And also to advise politicians and to advise judge members and to generally give advice.
I had politicians, not judge members, Your Honor.
Mr. Witness, I want to play a small part of the interview that Mr. Sang subsequently conducted on the same audio.
I hope it's not about church members, is it?
Mr. President, it is part of what we played. I don't want to go back there. I can live with the answer that the witness has given.
Fair enough.
Yes. Mr. President, I want to play timestamp 17.54 to 18.01, and that is at page D11 0013 0201. And with the assistance of the court officer, I would request to give the witness the timestamp.
Did you mention the tab and transcript?
Mr. President, I did. It is tab 19, and the reference is Ken D11 0013 0200. Mr. President, I request for just half a minute. Mr. Witness, please listen.
Kasiti shimbitab rani ko tarik taman sitara tab sogol ganyi tabil buyan sogol impetu tab kumut kasi harap sang studio
agare triza cherura tigere kasiti sek impetu ni brane kasi.
Mr. Witness, could you confirm what you heard? The small clip that I've just played says today's newspapers. Today is Friday, the 18th September 2009. Arab sang in the studio. And then you have a voice of a lady who says, together with me, Trisa Cherorod, and we are looking at today's newspapers. In the Standard, one headline says, a man with one option. Can you confirm that is what you had, Mr. Witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
The spellings, Your Honor, is Trisa is T-R-I-Z-A, and Cherorot is C-H-E-R-O-R-O-T. Now, Mr. Witness, from the document I gave you, the transcription and translation that you have, could you tell the court what is the date of that audio?
18 September 2009, Your Honor.
Mr. Witness, could you confirm it also says Friday?
Your Honor, it is 18 September 2009, no Friday, Your Honor.
Mr. Witness, if you don't mind, just look at the whole line. Let me read it to you. Today's newspapers. Today is Friday, the 18th of September. Could you confirm that, Mr. Witness? That is page 2, Mr. Witness. Line 2.
Yes, Your Honor, I confirm.
Did you also hear that in the audio?
The audio has not been played, Your Honor.
Mr. Witness, it was, but let's play it again.
ay tab sogol ganyi tabil buyan sog kasiti shimbitab rani ko tarik taman sitara tab sogol ganyi tabil buyan sogol impetu tab kumut kasi harap sang studio
agare triza cherura tigere.
I confirm, Your Honor.
You confirm having had Friday, 18th and 18th September 2009, isn't it, Mr. Witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
You also confirm that it indicates that one of the newspapers, specifically the Standard newspaper, has a report headlined, "A Man with One Option."
Yes, Your Honor.
One moment. It needs to be indicated between line 6 and 7 that audio was played, after which the witness said he confirmed.
Now, Mr. Witness, you would, in that circumstance, confirm that, in fact, the Council of Elders was composed in the year 2009 or subsequent to September 2009, as opposed to the year 2007 when you said?
Your Honor, I have not listened to the audio, and what was said, there is nothing about the Council of Elders, Your Honor. What I've heard, there is nothing about the Council of Elders, Your Honor.
Mr. Witness, do you remember us playing an audio which was to this effect? I will read what we went through a moment ago.
Counsel, before you do that, you know what the confusion is, don't you? The confusion was that the witness has not listened to the entire audio. You began your questioning the last time by going to the middle. I'm presuming that it is still the same audio. We don't know. I'm presuming. You went to the middle of the transcript we see here. You asked them questions, but now you've gone to the beginning of the transcript. So that is a confusion. It's not the witness's failure to see it. It's just he hasn't seen it.
Mr. Witness, this is the same audio that I played to you a moment before we went for break, which had these words: "Thank you very much, House of Kalenjin, wherever you are tuned in. The time has come for Kas Leneme today, this Friday, as has been indicated in the past weeks, in view of the Kalenjin people. The time has come to launch a Kalenjin Council of Elders." Do you recall that, Mr. Witness?
Your Honor, I recall, and I would like to say that when Joshua Sang was talking to the three elders, he was saying it was evening. It was not in the morning, Your Honor. And this one is in the morning, Your Honor.
Mr. Witness, I'll give you the transcript. I quite don't remember having had evening, but I'll give you the transcript, then you can look at it and identify where the Friday is said.
Can you play the audio again?
Mr. President,
the clip.
No.
The clip he just heard.
Mr. Witness, we will play again the clip. Whose document you have before you now?
So as to help the witness with his proposition that what he heard was in the morning broadcast.
Tap sogol ganyi tabil buyan sogol impetu tap kumut kasi harap sang studio.
Agane triza cherura kigera kaseti sek impetu ni brand kasita the standard kumwagule a man with one option.
Not
Mr. Witness, could you confirm whether there is any indication of what time of the day it is from the audio you just listened to?
This was in the morning, Your Honor.
And is that found in the transcript and the audio you just listened to, Mr. Witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
Could you point out where that is, Mr. Witness, from the transcript you have?
I can read it, Your Honor. Today's newspaper. Today is Friday, the 18th day of September 2009. Arab Sang in studio, Your Honor.
Apart from that, I noticed you read the transcript. Apart from the transcript, having listened to the audio clip, was there anything indicated in the audio clip that told you that what you heard was in the morning?
Yes, Your Honor. They were reviewing magazines in the morning, Your Honor.
Mr. Witness, I'd like to give you the transcript, page 26 of the same audio, and that is Ken D11 0013 0225. And I would like you to look at it and confirm if you can see the time of this broadcast. Mr. Witness, could you confirm that at page 26, Ken D11 0013 0225, this is what Mr. Sang says. Yes, dear listener, The time now is 7:02 in Nairobi. My request to you is that you keenly pay attention to the discussion so that when we ask you questions later, we will have understood the discussion. We started this discussion on Friday, where we have hosted elders to address emerging issues among Kalenjin. In our investigation, we agreed that one thing where we have failed is that we have no community plans to protect our community, rules, and regulations. So we reached the decision that the root cause of this is we no longer have a sitting of elders or council of elders to guide our ways. Can you see that, Mr. Witness?
I confirm, Your Honor.
Are you able to estimate the time of this broadcast from that, Mr. Witness?
Your Honor, what I was saying is that the first audio, it was in the evening, and there were 3 people who were being interviewed by Mr. Sang. And this is, if it was a continuation, I can't say this was in the morning, Your Honor.
Mr. Witness, would it help you if I play the same audio so that you confirm where you had evening, Mr. Witness?
Yes, Your Honor, I would.
Your Honor, so I will play again the first audio, which is at page 20, Ken D11 0013 0219, all the way to Ken D11 0013 0222, page 23.
Missing got up calling in with Gulimite, white Casarta, not about to Kenya about Castle Leneme, Tembeta Brani Gumutkasi, Kuige Mawing, which Kigo Sirta, Co Ingereta Puriet up calling in, Kogiganale, Engasarta Nogo standard up calling in, Agoba Kereta Townet, not talk, neighbor. Boy shik anan council of elders in Burgeta calling in Kiko boy shik in studio chigging along a lake young missing Chitakin get town it up not a council of elders not to go ingi mujigil kirwagata boy shik anan ko 2 year ta boy shik ni mujigang analing a lake young missing or the champion young man like jangole no ye Google matami gibio some go matani negosupia listini gasoman like ni go more like so many to not like ni kumibi kibuan snugo kumwa work you took Kutakin Gene, Kupiki Minguna, Gure Facilitation Committee Pike, Umigabu to teach you as a bit Kotoigi, we more again, I will be Peter Taugi, Jarabit Kunata, Ket start to Lanyon Goreta, Kecheng, or at Negisul dying a ledger tool. Kuguna Togumite, Boyshik Studio, Jatogomitis Gumawage, Cabwatet, in a ledger tool, Octakinet, away a noon tune, Kate Mageta Kinyoru, Council of Elders, Chijotogobogol engine, King of Gilgota, Gatul Kutundo. Kota katul kutindo ngukanandi kipsegis kayon chatul kutindo jitul lakini kagumijas kibwat kele tos kinyoro engna bagol engine ko giyam nyoga bwatu tika bigap ko engine kubun boy shika kubun samani nek choga sabit kirore negi mujige sarune boriet amugi ke mat katul gele changa lekchena me boriet changap I ko ngi jitele ne negi mujige asabit ke sar boriet kunguma mi ko bwatu tik chogoron kubun biki mujigo tabungan ko wi missing amu mujigo bin ngale ke tiege missing bigabolotet anxiety kagumi tu gala ke jejen Tagitori, Jagotakichek, in Gobo Tutik and in Torite Tagatugul, Kowit, Gobaganisa, Gorakuminga, Kugi to Garot, Kubi Afghanistan, Ujotagun, Rubiki, or Torite, Kubunatebet, Kubun by Shonik, going Tugul, Kutamajumi. Peak Mujigangalang, Aleju, and Oreta Kway, as a bit Kenyorore, Nagaran, Coreta Ganga with the Kinetap K, Ketoaganga, Nitoko, Kotu Yetap and Bobby up calling Jin Tukul Chataji over Rekioba, go to Swedge out of Taman, Jota Gigi Mongu, Ugipsegis, Nandi, Keyo Tugan, Marakwet.
Mr. Witness, could you confirm if you have heard anywhere that it is evening this far?
Your Honor, I confirm it was in the morning, Your Honor.
Additionally, Mr. Witness, just to be sure, you heard Mr. Sang in this timestamp 49.21 say, "Thank you very much, House of Kalenjin, wherever you are tuned in. This time has come for the Kas Lene today, this Friday, as has been indicated in the past weeks. In view of the Kalenjin people, the time has come to launch a Kalenjin Council of Elders." You remember having heard that in Kalenjin, Mr. Witness?
I confirm, Your Honor.
Mr. Witness, the particular reference to Kas Lene is made in that audio, isn't it?
I didn't understand your question, Your Honor.
That audio says specifically the program is Kas Lene, isn't it?
It was Lene, Your Honor.
And you confirmed earlier on in the entirety of your testimony that that program is normally conducted in the morning, isn't it?
Yes, Your Honor.
Now, Mr. Witness, I just wanted you to confirm that you were mistaken in saying that the Council of Elders was put together in the period around 2007, that in fact it was put together past September 2009, the date of this audio.
Your Honor, I would like to say one thing. I have not even known the relationship between the 18th of September 2009 and the day which is only known as Friday from the other thing. There is no date for this. It's only a Friday. Then again, Your Honor, when you listen to Mr. Sang clearly, he says that it was a continuation. It was, if at all this can be proved, as that it was on 18th of September 2009. Mr. Sang had earlier on said that it was a journey which was continuing. It didn't start on 18th of September 2009, Your Honor.
Mr. Witness, you had earlier on told us that this is one of the audios you heard Mr. Sang calling up to people to support the idea of the Council of Elders, isn't it?
Your Honor, I said maybe it's one of which I've heard because I had many of them, Your Honor.
May I ask you very directly, Mr. Witness, is there any possibility that you are mistaken as to when the Council of Elders was put together?
There is no possibility that I'm mistaken, Your Honor.
And you want to say you are absolutely sure that it was before the year 2007?
What I can say, Your Honor, is that...
I object to that. Just one second. Your Honor, I object to that. For a couple of minutes already, we've been dealing with this subject matter of the creation or the formation of the Council of Elders. As I've stated before, it's sometimes useful to just reread the parts of the transcript where the witness spoke about that, the creation of the Council of Elders, because it's not as clear-cut as defense counsel is putting it to the witness. And now we're entering a realm where the questions are even more specific, and we still haven't reread that portion to the witness. I can give the reference number to defense counsel if he wishes on this point, and he can reread it. It's not as clear-cut as the questions would seem it to be. And I think we need to be fair with the witness in this regard, which is important because he's testified on it, and clearly now there's a bit of confusion on the matter.
Objection overruled.
I'm obliged, Mr. President. Mr. Witness, let me ask you sequentially the question. Do you recall me asking you when the Council of Elders was put together, Mr. Witness?
I don't recall, Your Honor.
You don't remember me asking you when could the Council of Elders have been put together?
I recall, Your Honor, and I answered it was before 2007.
Thank you very much, Mr. Witness. That's exactly what you said. Now, my question, Mr. Witness, is this. Having seen that this broadcast that was made by Mr. Sang was September 2009, would you admit that you could be mistaken as to when the Council of Elders was composed?
Your Honor, my answer is that even though it was 18 September 2009, there was a journey of which it started, and we have not yet known when exactly did the idea come out to the Kalenjin community? We are only seeing 18th of September, and Mr. Joshua Sang on the audio was direct that it was a journey, and it was not the first. It was not the first people whom he was hosting. He said he has been hosting many people, Your Honor.
Mr. Witness, I just want you to speak for yourself. I want you to answer the question very directly. Could you be mistaken as to when the Council of Elders was created? Just answer that question directly.
I'm not mistaken, Your Honor, and I can say that creation. I don't understand the meaning of creation, and I would like to be told the meaning of creation, because what I understand by creation is what exactly the idea came and being sold to the Kalenjin community on.
Mr. Witness, all I'm saying is that before the year 2009, there was no Council of Elders. Would you agree with that?
Your Honor, even listening to the audio which Joshua was speaking, he was mentioning that there were some people who have been selected from various parts or from various communities. And I understand that was the process of the Council of Elders, Your Honor.
But the lawyer's question is, you need to listen to it. He's now asking you a question from your own understanding. He's saying that there was no Council of Elders before 2009. He's asking you whether or not you agree with that suggestion he makes.
I don't agree, Your Honor.
Mr. President, to avoid arguing with the witness, I'll move on to a different part of my cross-examination.
Please move on. Please move on.
Now, Mr. Witness, I want to play another part of the same audio for you, and that is Ken D11 0013 0243. And I'm playing timestamp 1.34.24 to 1.37.15, and I request the assistance of the court officer.
Kung mising Arab sambu eng ore tabi ke jangora ko buatin bi gole kolongo idea ini anan ko buatu tieni kumobo takine tab ke ngalega bolatet amu uni ki go jut bolatet 90% na bag mugul met.
Mr. Witness, have you been able to trace the place in the transcript?
It's page 43. I can give me the page on.
Mr. Witness, it is page 44, the last paragraph, and you can see 90% somewhere.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, just follow it as it plays, Mr. Witness.
This is a political game. This is a political idea. Piju kumejo kwa ike gole mutai kitoror chito. Ne magmaje anangu toror chito ne magmaje ingalega bolatet. So gamaje anale how ni in ki conference ni yetakin ge go tuya biju. Kumonga dole kebeberta bolatet kwata ingale juta ju. Tetetap kukwetap Kalenjin Council of Elders. Percentage nebo politics in it. Anan ko politician ko involves ko je ci kurje ngalejo ko une tos mi jine kurje ngalejo ndege mujige magele mi jita bolotet ne poisioni jo ko jeget anan poisioni ko bogol njen inga bwateta ne chula na be man ndege le independent ni mo tindo chutine tapke ngalega bolotet
Kongoi Joshua Arap Sang ngaliot nagete ako ngaliot mi parag ngemetitap chitugul. Ang kabwatutik ab chitugul eng ole kete ole kikebe kotebe ng'olyonto noto bo ng'alekab siasa. Kamache amwaun akot ale kingoba amu mawek ab sabitane kikowo chairman arap sei. Ng'olyo nekisikoteeb Nandi ko kait arap sei ab sabit kotebe kole ak timinyi nekimi tugul keyokwo ng'o. Tos mi chi nebo siasa orit euning'wong kolech mami. Ko kingetau ng'olyondoni arap sang akot ngebe Kericho olin ako kinemwoe chi tugul eng olete ole mi chitab kutit kolen netai komakimoche nekile political activist. Nebo aeng komotesyi chi nemi siasa nguno anan ko ne tokomoche kochut siasa. Amakimoche chi nekikure sycophant. Mangen ale sycophant ko ne eng Nandi.
Chi neisubi chi kityo amu chi.
Bas.
Kanan arap sei tos
Ilen chi nebo chi. Bas kawet. Ko nguno sa tarun ng'olyondono arap sang komami siasa oritini. Akot kebwane yu kokokibunu tugukchok tuiyosiekyok chekiyoe tugul eng Eldoret betusiechoto koikas karibu arawek aeng keboisie tugukchok. Mami eutab chi nebo siasa. Amabwate ale chutu orit. Ko nguno kemoche kehakikishanchi biikchok kele kii kotilil ak yoe nebo kosob biikchok nebo betusiek chebwone.
Mr. Witness, I request that you listen to me and confirm if this is what you had in Kalenjin. Thank you so much, Sambo. There are those who also think that this idea is another political tool. I think 90% of a person's life revolves around politics. And when such a thing comes up, they say it's a political idea. They only want to use it to popularize the person that they want. So I just want to know what it is that will unite the people in this upcoming conference. What is the proportion of politics in the formation of the council? Are there political leaders driving this initiative for their benefit, or is it Kalenjin affair? We want to ascertain that it is an independent process with no links to politics. Thank you. This is what Mr. Sambu responds. Thank you, Joshua, for raising that question, because it is in everybody's mind. Wherever we go, we are asked the same question. Even when we went to Kapsabet, the first thing they asked us is who has sent us. Wherever we have gone after starting off this process, people have been categorical that they neither want political activists, nor anybody in active politics, nor political aspirants, nor sycophants. I don't know the term for sycophant. Then Sang says, one who follows another blindly. Then Sambu goes on. Yes, Sei. Yes, Sei says it is one who belongs to another. And that's enough. And then goes on. To conclude, there is nothing political in this, all the way from the grassroots. We have spent our money in all meetings we have held, including those held in Eldoret for the past 2 months. Nobody has given us a hand. So I would like to assure our people that this thing is clean. We are doing it for the benefit, for the future benefit of our people. Mr. Witness, is that a fair translation of what you had?
It is, Your Honor.
Now, Mr. Witness, I want you to look at page 46, Ken D11 0013 0245, and confirm the last sentence is this. No, I'll read the whole paragraph. To conclude, there is nothing political in all this, all the way from grassroots. We have spent our money in all meetings we held, including those held in Eldoret for the past 2 months. Can you see that, Mr. Witness?
The last paragraph, Your Honor, of page 46.
Yes, the English paragraph of what we just heard, Mr. Witness. Starting with the words, to conclude.
It's yes. in the middle of it.
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Witness, my interest is in the use of the words "for the past 2 months." Can you see that, Mr. Witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
And Mr. Witness, if this interview was being conducted in September, 2 months would mean that the process of putting together the Council of Elders started 2 months before September, which brings it to about July, isn't it, Mr. Witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
And the witness responded merely to your mathematical calculation.
I am happy with that answer, Mr. President, even if it's a question of just answering a mathematical question.
Mr. Keegan Katwa, please do make a note to explore, if it doesn't take you out of your stride at some point. In the last portion you read in, there was a reference to upcoming conference. We will be interested in knowing what that is about.
It is part of my case, Mr. President. I intend to cover that.
Thank you.
Now, Mr. Witness, you will also confirm that the emphasis placed by Mr. Sehi, who you confirm later on became the chairman, and Mr. Sambu, who was being interviewed, is that this process is non-political.
As they said, Your Honor, I remember they said so, or Mr. Joshua was asking them so, because the people from the grassroots were crying it is a political issue, and they were trying to tell the people it is not a political issue, Your Honor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Witness. So you would confirm that, in fact, Mr. Sang emphasized that it is a non-political initiative?
I confirm, Your Honor.
Line 8, the witness said people from the grassroots were crying. Please proceed.
Now, Mr. Witness, I would like to take you to a different issue, being the Mr. President, I would like to go to tab 21, and I'd like to play an audio for the witness and then ask him a few questions. Mr. President, the audio is Ken D11 0013 0071, and I propose to play timestamp 12.42 to 19.21. The translation of the portion I want to play is at D11 0013 0274. I would request for the assistance of the court officer to give a copy to the witness.
Bogongoi amachogur Joshua Arap Sang negiek ankaman en kabarastaet ab ngalekab kokwoni nyo. Joshua Arap Sang, karibu amache mwangalo ingityo.
Mr. Witness, Mr. Witness, do you recognize that voice?
I don't recognize the voice, Your Honor.
I'll request to give request the court officer to give him this document.
Kage somgele telele asubogerin biju.
Uzuri gumogera ogase. Magieta na nota.
Mr. Witness, can you recognize the voice that has just come up?
Yes, Your Honor.
And Mr. Witness, can you see the transcript of what you are looking at page 3, D110013 0274?
Page 3?
Yes, page 3, please.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, we'll go on with the audio. Please follow it.
So, 1 minute, if we can just stop that. Your Honor, I understand, and maybe defense counsel can correct me, that this is not a broadcast of something that was aired on CAS FM. Is that correct?
Mr. President, this was aired from CAS FM. I can explain, but I would rather explain that after the witness has listened.
I just wanted to make sure on that point. It seemed I didn't have any other indication on the document.
And this was aired on the 24th of October 2009. Mr. Witness, please listen.
Waziri, kondoik tugul, chairman, ogotamiot, uchamege. Pababa nera, among alek chigingalal, kumoib soet. Imchim magingin. Kasarta ing betu tabrani, nakakutogo ing paisyonik of kota kitwe. Kota miot, nakakikoji kainetake. Onge na lagi kimwa ngalek chechang okikebun lelo kimyo kandoik kyok tugul chebo bolotet chebo kanisa ak tugul kochang ngalek chetestai bororiet kokikesis ak keteb kele kibendi akoi keit ano koite ngo ak keyoe ne kirwoch ak kengalal tugul koit boroindo nekikikochi boisiechu boroindo kobo studio asikechek kewaiwai tugul age betor kele ne negeoe asokoti kobit koek tekisto biikab kitwet konyo kingen tugul kele chang tuguk chekikuchulachule kong mabich kokabunot mangalek kokosirtoi maboisionik kokachunda matebet neketustusok kocho tugul kokiyaak amu mi kiy nekibet yoto kibet eng konyo konoto kichenge nguni awamuchi olos Jehova ole oye kakoit yekotuyo kotab kitwek lagok 10 chebo chichak chekakekure rani kotab miot kone nisire noto konyo ongen ale kiketyem owok tugul kero kele kakiitu kasarata konin kole kipsigin kotomeche amuchigei kole nondindet anena kokiborotiet amiyu kole kiyot akine chechiket komwa nebo kwony kole kometong tulwet barak kole bokot kometong kot orit puch amami ki akong'alalchon tugul komwacha kamwa kele ii ara kakimetegei kouni kaking'ingei kouni kakisergei kouni ko emet ko ni makotinye tai ak let kibendi ano ko kito netai kokewech katebenyo kecheng ole kikibetie komu kimatikitutosigei ak keng'alal eng kotab bois eng ko kong'alal chitugul kimni kong'alal chitugul kong'alale age lolet eng tuguk chekomi lolet kong'alale age malik chekikiberurchi kong'alale age kutit kong'alale age teget netindoi lakini kikitano kikiro ak kingen tugul makimeche kibwotyigei chekikwak lakini imukoksei keng'ete utou ak ketokchigei ole boibochin Jehova ole boibochin Kenya ole boibochin konyo tugul amu yeisera ng'alek akobet atep eng lagokyok kobet ibin eng biikchok kobet eitunoto eng chi age tugul ne chitugul kongen inyoru lakwa koleni amunee o ako nelechin o kokwang kokakibe ano Kuleji mama, iya mune, ngole na kinyo kuichit top queen. Kwa kita no. Lakini mie, apa iba na wasuri mula tanyo, boy yet. Wako tuyo ko top kit kuni, aso kabit kerore. So kami jikit yo sa mole, kitinye kita ageng gawanyo, ni mong ganole gilyo ni Jehovah. Setu ko jute jori, ako barbare, ko kiyat me toy agiyan. Ko gile me jaga tuyo ni. Hello ye, magmajo wonji tugu ki. Among wonji taga tugu ki ko mabaw ni lebet toy. Ngonya ka bain ji tay nye kung gumanda mo ay kumain di hospital lagi lagwa mi amitwagi yu. Kung yu ko nye iner ko may lengi ba anam. Ko giro ge le ka gumaje tay gonyo na ko gon tugu aso ka bit ke bayet tuyo ni. Aso ko liya sumabunji ji. Anan sama kem ji ako bunje de tugul. Lagi ni kongut. Wara ba. Kongut amu tuguk cho ko bwa. Kumanda bi jungyu. Ko ge bor. Lagi ni kumeta de ni. Manda ko ge bor ge le ko ge jur ko ta miot ka ge tebi ko mnie lagi ni meta de ni kameta mone amu tu ki wo berur we kyo ba ko ga tangul age siste ke le tai nguma ma gura ko to no mo jabane nguma wa no ko to no mo jabane lagi ni nguma jo sabor yeti ko tai ge je tindoy ko tai ge je matindoy ini mo je itinye aso ko sabor ko yigi ngololi ko uni ongen mu ko yi oger guru ya bi ju to no je ge gore Bayam, pagi etero. Lagi ni, ko jero be no tak to ko intek na ko usagong. Amu mo gi goji kigit tikin. Nigi buge go at ko kamanda tay. Ko go ba jo so ma no ko amaga madeng tuyo ni. Ko sige gon gerebe. Ke mete kigit tikin nei tinye asigi wong ne ba shoni. Ongen mi bi ko gon agelen gongoi ngomiro Jehova. Mo go nu amu go mu jo nyorgi. O go nu amongen panyindo agit na ko te kibinwek agla go kyo ko ngete ngune ko batai. Ko le jine boy shik mo ge rir jine boy shik. Chume ak maine cho ko ribe jaje. Ribe ngo ju na nyu ti jo ge tagala. Kita ni ribe ko got na ko telel le mi gon nyo le mo mi siasa le mo mi terkine tap kanisa le mo mi git ngo ni ilengi to got miot ko sapor ye. Ko ngo mi sen intuyoni alengi te Jehova Switch, amata ke tailet. Namwe go taptai. Hebe tukul amata ke saske. Mato wirege kugiri tukul amata ke nge chogu mojita poli bulu mogi balage ke la. Ame mo itanga lego pong sang. Igile tum tanya mana lem lagi nugo ko ba ijega. Mutia go ngoi.
Konsom the Chief Executive Officer nebo KSFM Julius Arab Ramon igoti sekju nyano ngale mite yu oh karibu Julius chuto aski kutie kabisa kugone moyo kule kitoboni ngwela
Kota mia to chamege ya kata goge chamege apa ipa inu historia nagage.
Mr. Witness, I would like to make out the English translation of what you just heard and request you to confirm if that's what you heard. Could you confirm that you heard the voice of somebody who refers to himself as Major John Sei?
I confirm, Your Honor.
Could you confirm that John Sei invited Mr. Joshua Sang to address the crowd?
I confirm, Your Honor.
And this is what Mr. John Sei said. Joshua Sang became the anchorman for doing that. Welcome, Joshua. I want you to speak only 2 words. Please stand there so that these people can see you. Then Mr. Sang talks to this effect. The good thing is that even if you cannot see me, you can hear me. I was not denied that. Minister, leaders, chairman, and the House of Miot, greetings. I am happy because all we spoke of did not go in vain. We now have the opportunity to complete the plans of Miot community. We have said many things and have come far. We have wondered as to where our destiny is and who will take us there. After brainstorming with the elders that came to the studio, we came with the resolution. with a resolution. We know that there are many things that have been poking our eyes: passing words, lost jobs, and decay in moral fabric. All this happened because we had lost something, and that is what we are searching for now. I can now praise God because it is finally here. What can be more important than when Kitwek, the 10 siblings of Mute, unite? What we need to do is look back and find when the rains started beating us. We lost our way because we were no longer meeting together to discuss issues. We all spoke individually, and you saw where we ended. I do not want us to go back to what has happened, but it is possible for us to move from here to where God, Kenya, and our community are pleased. The spelling of Miot is M-I-O-T. And Kitwek is K-I-T-W-E-K. When the moral fabric decays, where will we be headed? It is good, and I'm filled with joy when members of Kitwek meet like this to find direction. There is only one issue, and I hope that God will intervene and touch our hearts. When we were planning this meeting, we decided that this meeting should not be financed by an individual, but rather by the community, so that it is not owned by the individual financing it. Page 61, line 27 should state, line 17 should state, there is only one issue, and I hope that God will intervene and touch our hearts. I will proceed. However, it is a shame after completing our meeting, these people are living with a debt. We are living here happy that we have come together as Mute, yet we live with a debt because we are mean with God and with what God has given us. If we want community to move forward, everyone should contribute what they can. I urge, therefore, that we, as we come to the end of this meeting, we should have a small fundraising so that we can complete this work. I know that there are those that have sent their contributions, and I thank you. I know you did not do it for personal benefit, but so that you can leave a better world for the coming generations. We are no longer worried about the welfare of the Mina, that's Maina, and the Juma age sets. We can take care of those. Maina is M-A-I-N-A, and Juma is C-H-U-M-O. We can take care of those. I'm worried about our children and those that will come after them. What will protect them is a home without politics, denominational differences, and individuality. That is the home of Mute. I thank this meeting, and I pray to God that we may never turn back. Let us no longer look down upon ourselves and air our dirty linen. It was said that Makibalge Kelat, and the spelling of that is M-A-K-I-B-A-L-E-K-E-I, and then K-E-L-A-T. And that our traditional rituals should not be shared with outside communities. But today they are the ones presiding over it. It is very sad. Thank you. Page 62, line 16 should, line 17 should state that let us no longer look down upon ourselves and air our dirty linen. Mr. Witness, is that a fair translation of what you heard?
It is, Your Honor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Witness. I want to play another part of the same audio, timestamp 2.25.
Mr. King Katwa, what's your point? With a witness, that is. We don't want to sit and listen to all kinds of audio and transcript, hoping that you will make the point eventually. If you can make the point, it's better to do that so it orients us in terms of what the point is about.
Mr. Witness, you said that you listened to KASFM live broadcast of the Council of Elders meeting at which the council members were elected, didn't you?
I didn't say I listened to it live, Your Honor. But I listened to it because when I listen now, I agree that I listened to it, Your Honor.
Confirm that you heard this broadcast?
Yes, Your Honor.
And it is a broadcast of the process at which the elders sat and elected their officials, isn't it, Mr. Witness?
Yes, Your Honor. I can't say it was the process. I don't know if it was the process of which they were already elected or they were electing themselves there, Your Honor. But that was the function of that day, Your Honor.
And Mr. Witness, you remember the audio that I played just immediately before this had said that we will be going into a conference to elect the Council of Elders. You recall that from the previous audio?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. President, I trust I have laid basis to go to the next item. Thank you very much, Mr. President. The timestamp is 2 minutes 25.37 to 2 minutes 28.44, and that is found at D11 0013 0288. Mr. Witness, if you look at page 17, if you could confirm you have page 17 with you.
Yes, Your Honor.
We will play the audio now.
Norito lini, lakini amacha asoma nengasisi, kukose ngwenyi, engolokose. Lakini mwako uni, kukweta kota miot. Kwa resolutions anangotu kukeka kipitishani, kwa amacha asoman Kiingereza asi kwa nyamnyumit engaraga. Ngotia interpretation boyote, kuipesa iseke chang. Kakimwa gele all the Kalenjin sub-ethnic groups have resolved to call themselves Kokweta Kota Miot. Kagetil kele kainyon Bogolenjin ko kigure Kokweta Kota Miot. Yani elders Bogolenjin. Kogolenjin kigure Kota Miot. Kokweta Kota Miot resolved to bring reconciliation among members and between members and neighbors. Kimajaga liet tugul ngachego orit ageng big up sang koboto pike mingin so de tugul. Kamwa Kokweta Kota Miot kole headquarters nebo Kota Miot Koigu Eldoret. Kokweta Kota Miot resolved to establish committees that will inform the council. Kichope committees chang chetoreten ko somanet ko kapatisiet ko environment ko ngalekap emoni committee council chechope. Kokweta Kota Miot resolved that its main objective is to act as the main organ of the Kota Miot as the umbrella organization for the Pro-Yoshek Council of Elders in activating, advising, directing, and offering support to the diverse communities, cultures, traditions, customs, and general development. it shall be non-political. Number law, Komo Agole, Kokwet Apkota Miot, resolve that all members of the Court of Miot aged over 55 years shall be eligible for membership. Kokwet Apkota Miot Council shall retain the right to co-opt members from bodies deemed eligible. The chairman of the Court of Miot shall chair council and board and shall be the official voice of the Court of Miot. Wago yoto bigchog kocho for resolutions tilage top embetu tabrani. Kamo I chairman ako somok unge nyoru one meeting asigatar tujon.
Your Honor, just before we move on, I'm sorry to disrupt my colleague. It's just that line, page 63, lines 13 to 15. I understand a precise question was asked by defense counsel. I'm rereading the answer, and it's not very clear. I'm not sure if defense counsel could possibly revisit that just to clarify what was said by the witness. It's page 63, lines 13 to 15, Your Honor. It's a question of whether he actually heard it or not, and the response, I'm not sure if it's been transcribed correctly, if that's the problem, or if that's verbatim what the witness said. It's just a clarification in that regard.
Okay, witness.
Done.
Counsel's question to you was this. At the time, his question was, Mr. Witness, you said you listened to CAS FM live broadcast of the Council of Elders meeting at which the council members were elected, didn't you? And the transcript records your answer as this. I didn't say I listened to it live, Your Honor, but I listened to, when I listen now, I agree that I listened to it, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Can you repeat that answer? What were you trying to tell the court?
Your Honor, I was saying that I didn't mention into my statement that I listened to it live, and when I heard it from the audio, I recall that I listened to it live, Your Honor.
We'll leave it at that. Please proceed.
Mr. Witness, the translation may not be exactly accurate, but I want you to say that it is a fair translation of what you heard in Kalenjin, that the voice you heard was of one Mr. Major Seyu said this. Let us be patient so that we can quickly wrap up. Let me read resolutions that we have come up with. These are, all the Kalenjin sub-ethnic groups have resolved to call themselves Kokwetap Kap Miat, and the spelling of Kokwetap is K-O-K-W-E-T-A-P, Kap is K-A-P, and Miat is M-I-O-T. Kokwetap Miat has resolved to bring reconciliation among and between members and neighbors. The headquarters for the Court of Miat will be Eldoret. Kokwetap Miat resolves to form committees that will advise the council. It has resolved that its main role is to act as an umbrella organization for the various ethnic councils of Miat community and members in activating advising, directing, and offering support to the diverse communities and shall be non-political. It resolves that all members of the mute community over the age of 55 shall be eligible for membership. Shall be eligible, sorry. May I read that again? The mute council shall retain, it resolves that all members of the mute community over the age of 55 years shall be eligible for membership. The mute council shall retain the right to admit those that are eligible. The chairman of the council shall chair council meetings and be the official voice of mute. Could you confirm that that's what you had, Mr. Witness, generally?
I confirm, Your Honor.
Could you confirm also, Mr.
Counsel, when you say generally, I couldn't help but intervene to say that is a word that should be taken advisedly. It would appear to me that I heard in English words like cultural, a phrase like general development. I thought I heard that in the audio. Does that appear on the transcript, the translation?
Mr. President, I must say that the reason why I use the word generally is out of the consciousness that there are some words which were spoken in English, but even then are not here, and I apologize for that.
I thought I should flag it so that when later on we argue about what the witness agreed to, we have to keep in mind that we're talking about generally. Please proceed.
Only that I would like that to apply only to this audio, Mr. President. I am comfortable with the rest. Now,
I don't want to go so far. I'm just noting it's up to you and parties to make submissions you will need to make when the time comes.
I'm obliged, Mr. President. I'm sure the prosecution will take whatever objections they have. Mr. Witness, I'd like to ask you another question. You recall that at the end of this audio, and which is not in this translation, Major says that I am saying this as the chairman of the mute council, isn't it?
Yes, Your Honor.
Now, a few questions, Mr. Witness. The first one is that you heard Mr. Sang in the first audio speak. Could you confirm that you didn't hear him make any reference to Mr. Ruto?
I didn't, Your Honor.
Could you also confirm that in this Council of Elders meeting, it was resolved very specifically that it shall be non-political?
I confirm, Your Honor.
Now, Mr. Witness, I would like to take you lastly to page 1, Ken D11 0013 0272. Do you have it with you, Mr. Witness? Page 1.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Witness. Could you confirm on the face of it the date of the recording of that audio? On the face of it.
24th October 2009, Your Honor.
On the face of it, we mean what the document says.
Yes, that's what I mean, Mr. President. Mr. President, at this point, I request to produce this audio together with the translation as Mr. Sang's defense exhibit. The audio is Ken D11 0013 0071, and the translation is Ken D11 0013 0272.
Any objection?
The witness has confirmed that he heard that live, so the prosecution doesn't object, but always with the same caveat that subject to a verification of the translation further on. If we do see something, then we'll raise it with the chamber.
The document will be admitted, but I must say that the matter of the date of broadcast has not been explored with the witness. It has not been explored with the witness.
I'm very conscious of that, Mr. President. That's why I asked him on the face of it.
Thank you. The document is accepted then as the next in the Sang defense exhibits.
Thank you, Mr. President. The audio can D11-0013-0071 will bear the following number, EVD T D11-00032, and will also be referenced as Sang Defense Exhibit number 32. Its translation can D11-0013-0272 will bear the following number, EVD T D11-00033, and will also be referenced as Sang Defense Exhibit number 33. Both items will be registered as public.
Thank you.
Mr.
Kiginkatwa, we have 10 minutes to lunchtime. How are we doing?
In all likelihood, I'll finish, Mr. President. Mr. Witness, did you say in the generality of your testimony that Mr. Sang was anti-Kikuyu? Did you say that, Mr. Witness?
I said, Your Honor.
And do you recall him accommodating the views of Kikuyus at KSFM?
Your Honor, I stated that Mr. Sang was, or KSFM was a business station, and I can't say that Mr. Sang was accommodating anyone, but it was the right of anyone, so long as you have bought airtime, you can go to KSFM, Your Honor, and air whatever you want to air.
And line 14, the gap there is an important one, but isn't it? The expression was anti-Kikuyu.
That's true, Mr. President. Now, Mr. Witness, I'd like to play an audio, and the audio is D11-0011-0030, and it is at tab 9. I would like to play timestamp 1.37.06 to 1.44.48, and I request the court officer to assist to give the witness the document. The particular part that I want to play is at page 10, D11-0012-0207. And I'll play that, Mr. Witness. That's at page 3, Mr. Witness, if you're there.
Nafikiria ni personal, lakini tuende kwa Kaugudhi, alafu labda tutajibu hiyo tukimalizia.
Kwa mimi ile swali ambalo umekuwa nalo la tofauti ya baina ya community hizo mbili,
yes.
We have more to gain being together than being away from each other. Any tribal crash, whether 92, 97, hakuna mmoja wale ambao walifaulu. Wote waliumia. Na anybody.
Mr. Witness, do you recognize that voice?
I can only recognize the voice of Joshua Sanyon.
And Mr. Witness, if I were to tell you that is the voice of Mr. Joseph Kagudi, does that come back to mind?
I'm not used to this voice, Your Honor.
Mr. President, Kaguthi is Kaguthi. I would like to move on to timestamp 1.43.13 and ask you a few questions after you've listened to it.
Machache kwa sababu unajua hatuna muda. Kuwashukuru tu na kusema njia ya kumaliza ukabila. Mimi nataka kukubaliana na yule alipiga simu kuuliza jambo hii la matusi. Na niseme matusi katika siasa haina pahali. Na nipo mimi kila saa nasema siasa yangu mimi napiga bila matusi na bila chuki. Na wale ambao wanatumia chuki, iwe ni against Raila, iwe ni against Kibaki, iwe ni against Uhuru, iwe ni against Kalonzo, mambo haya haisaidii. Na hapo ndipo chuki inaanza. Na hiyo chuki ndio inaingia kwa supporters wa wale wengine. Na ukabila unatokea hapo. Ile tu nitasema ni ya kwamba sisi kama wanasiasa tuko na jukumu kubwa. Kwa sababu yale ambayo tunanena, yale ambayo tunasema, yote yachangia katika kuleta ukabila katika taifa letu la Kenya. Yatakikana kama viongozi tukae tutafute njia ya kuwasiliana, dialogue when problems arise, not using problems to incite the people, but rather talking with each other, not at each other, to resolve those problems. Na ndio watu wetu waweze kuishi kwa amani na waweze kuishi na umoja. Na huo ndio umekuwa mwito wangu kutoka mwanzo na utaendelea kuwa mwito wangu.
Wakati wa campaign.
Mr. Witness, do you still recognize the voice of Mr. Sang on that audio?
I recognize, Your Honor.
And do you recognize the voice of anybody else other than Mr. Sang in that audio?
Honorable President Uhuru Kenyatta, Your Honor.
Now, I would like to play for you another audio from the same audio. That is timestamp 1.47.12 to 1.48.40, and that is at page 5, Ken D11 0012 0209.
Kwa hiyo leo ningependa tu kusema shukrani kwa siku hii, kwa kutusikiza. Kwa wale ambao umetuma mpige simu atachukua, tustuie radhi, ni kwa sababu ya muda. Vile vile naona maswali nyingi mno katika SMS, kwa sababu umewapa, ilikuwa ni yao sio yangu mimi. Mimi najaribu kutoa ni wape, hata kama watajibu hapa watakuwa wakijibu katika mikutano yao. Ndio hapa ni watumie maswali, watembee nayo, waende wachunguze moja kwa moja hawa watu wa Kalenjin wanasumbuliwa na nini, ni nini haya. Na tungependa, kwa sababu msikilizaji sio wa Kalenjin tu, hata wale Waluya kama wana shida na wa Kalenjin waketi chini waamue shida hii imetoka wapi. Kama ni wa Kisii na Wakalenjin waketi waamue ni nini. Kwa maana tutaki vitu ambaye itakuwa tu kama juzi tulijaribu sana kuwatuliza watu. Mambo yalipotokea kule Kisii, watu walipanda kidogo na hasira na wakafikiria kufanya. Tukaona kama ni Chingororo ni vijana 3 4 ambao wameamua kuishi katika maisha hiyo, sio wa Kisii wote ambao walifanya jambo hilo. Na ndio tunasema wasikilizaji, tuna mambo yanapotokea vile vile tusijumuishe jamii yote kwa mambo kama, tuangalie imetokana namna gani. Bado tuna wazee waketi waamue nini kiini na shida imetoka wapi. Kwa sababu sisi kama generation, sisi ambao tumezaliwa tu hivi majuzi, tunataka Kenya ingine tofauti, Kenya ya Wakenya wote ambao tunaishi bila kuangalia huyu ni kabila gani, lakini kwa heshima. Kwa hivyo msikilizaji, niseme shukrani kwa
Mr. Witness, I would like to read out to you what Mr. Sang has said, and if you could confirm that's what you heard. And that's at page 5, Mr. Witness, if you are in a position to. And page 5 is Ken D11 0012 0209. So today, I would like to thank you for listening to us today. For those who called in, we did not pick up. Forgive us. It's because we do not have time. And I have seen very many questions coming to us via SMS. And because you gave them the questions, they were not mine. All I do is to transmit it, give it to them. Even if they did not respond to the questions here, they will respond to them in their meetings. So I have given them the questions to ponder, to go and investigate one by one what is disturbing the Kalenjin people, and to you, listener. It's not just the Kalenjin, even the lawyers. If they have any problem with the Kalenjins, to sit down and decide where they have a problem, where have the problems come from. If it is between the Kisi and the Kalenjins, they should sit down and decide what the problem is. This is because we do not want conflict. Just the other day, we tried to calm people when trouble arose in Kisi. People got a bit agitated and they decided to do conflict. We see that even if it is the Chingororo, Chingororo spelling is Chingororo. Chingororo is made up of 3 or 4 boys who have decided to live that life. It's not the entire Kisi population that started the conflict. And that is why we are saying, dear listener, when things erupt, we should not blame the entire tribe for things like that. Let us see where they came from. We have elders. They should sit down and decide on the root cause of the problem. Because our generation, those of us who were born just recently, we want a different Kenya, a Kenya for all Kenyans, one that will live without tribalism, but will respect with respect. And so, listener, I say thank you. Could you confirm, Mr. Witness, that that's a fair translation of what you heard?
It is, Your Honor.
Page 72, line 1 should read, this is because we do not want conflict. Just the other day, we tried to calm people when trouble arose in Kisi. People got a bit agitated and they decided to do, into brackets, conflict. Now, Mr. Witness, you had another audio. Mr. President, I don't know if I could request for 10 minutes in the next session. I will definitely not go beyond 10 minutes.
Try and make it shorter than 10 minutes in the next session.
Your Honour, can I suggest perhaps, no objection of course, but would the court be minded that we sit at 2 o'clock instead of 2:30? I'm not pressing the point, but it's just a suggestion.
No, we will come back at 2:30. 2:30. Mr. King, try and make it less than, try and do whatever you need to do in 5 minutes.
I promise to try, Mr. President.
Witness, it is now time for lunch break, and we will be rising for lunch, and you will come back at 2:30. Thank you. The blinds down, please, for the witness to be escorted from the courtroom.
All rise. We will be. Please be seated. Veuillez vous asseoir.
Mr. King and Katwa, we will continue. I see that my watch says 2:31. The one on the computer says 2:33. But then I'm sure we can move on. You've got 5 minutes. That's what this is headed to.
Mr. Witness, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Mr. Witness, you confirm, could you tell the court what is the ethnicity of the two people you had being interviewed by Mr. Sang? We start with Joseph Kakudi.
He is a Kikuyu, Your Honor.
And the second one?
He is a Kikuyu, Your Honor.
And who is the second one?
Honorable Uhuru Kenyatta, Your Honor.
And Mr. Witness, you will confirm that Mr. Sang was seeking that there be harmony and coexistence in Kenya between all tribes, isn't it?
Yes, Your Honor.
Now, Mr. Witness, did you listen to that particular audio?
I didn't listen to it, Your Honor.
Mr. President, I would pray that that audio and its translation be marked for identification. The audio is Ken D11 0011 0030, and the translation is Ken D11 0012 0204.
They will be marked for identification.
Mr. President, that's all I had for this witness. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kigen Katwa.
The audio Ken D11 0011 0030 will bear the following number: MFI T D11 00034. The translation Ken D11 0012 0204 will bear the following number: MFI T D11 00035.
Thank you very much. Witness Mr. Kigen Katwa has finished asking you questions. It will next be the turn of Mr. Khan. Mr. Khan, it will be you, right? Yes. Mr. Khan, to ask you questions.
Your Honor.
And the interviewer said, to refresh your memory, you mean? You said, yeah. The interviewer, so you remember? You said, yeah. The interviewer said, yes, of course. The other interviewee, you said, okay. The other interviewer said, of course. And then you said, okay, that was my question. That's what took place, isn't it, during that interview?
Yes, Your Honor.
And that was before you started giving the meat of your account during the interview on that particular day. Is that right?
No, Your Honor. I asked the question after we finished. I had finished my interview, Your Honor.
But that was, you said that at the beginning of the interview that day. Is that right?
Your Honor, I asked after I had given my testimony to the prosecution on that day, Your Honor.
I'm sorry, if defense counsel could just repeat the number of the ERN of the transcript. I understand
Yes,
that
of
you
course.
mentioned 0435, but we don't have a 0435. Is that the page number or the transcript number?
It's Ken OTP 0081 0435. It's page 12 of that transcript. And it's, I won't give the month, but it's the date is the 8th.
So it's transcript 00810423. Is that correct? So it's the first page.
Yes, that's the first page.
All
That's
right.
the parent number.
That's what I needed. Thank you.
So, witness, you remember saying that, don't you?
I remember, Your Honor, but it was on the last day.
And you're clear, it's the last day of the interview?
I remember asking it on the last day, Your Honor.
Witness, we'll move on from that. And on the 6th and 7th and 8th of January, you spent almost the whole day reading your transcripts, didn't you?
Yes, Your Honor.
And that's January of this year?
Yes, Your Honor.
Indeed, witness, we've been told by the prosecution that between noon and 5:33 p.m. on the 6th, you were busy with your transcripts. Is that right?
Yes, Your Honor.
And the next day, witness, on the 7th of January, between 9:30 a.m. and 5:37 p.m., again you were busy reading your transcripts. Is that right?
Yes, Your Honor.
And the next day, once again, the 8th of January, between 9:34 in the morning until 4:43 in the afternoon, you were busy reading the transcripts.
Yes, Your Honor.
And then on the 9th and the 10th, you sat with the prosecution, didn't you?
I did, Your Honor.
And I think on the 9th, you spent, excluding breaks, excluding all the breaks, you spent about 5.5 hours with the prosecution, didn't you?
Yes, Your Honor.
And then on the 10th of January, you spent an hour and a half going over your evidence and answering questions that the prosecution had. Is that right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Witness, you were informed by the prosecution and the victim and witness unit that your testimony was originally scheduled to start in this session on the 15th of January. You knew that, didn't you? You'd been told that originally it was expected that you would start on the 15th.
It was 16th of January, Your Honor.
On the 13th of January, after all these hours and days spending reading with the transcripts, you called once again. You contacted the victim witness unit, and you said you wanted to read the transcripts one further time, didn't you?
I did, Your Honor.
Those transcripts were given to you, weren't they?
I was given, Your Honor.
And on the 14th of January, you read those transcripts for the day. Is that right?
Half day, Your Honor.
Witness, I don't want you to misunderstand me from the beginning. I'm putting it to you that the reason from the beginning, within 24 minutes of the interview that commenced on the 8th that I read out, that's 24 minutes into the interview, the reason you expressed such interest in getting access to your transcripts was because you're trying to remember a false story rather than recall truthfully an event that took place. Do you understand me?
I understand you, Your Honor.
And isn't that the case, witness?
It is not true, Your Honor.
I'm grateful. I'll move on to another topic. Witness, yesterday you were saying, giving evidence regarding ceremonies and kingship, the Kalenjin community, and you spoke about Koitalel Arab Samoy. Do you remember that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Koitalel Arab Samoy, of course, is a legendary figure in Kenya. Is that right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Something all school children learn about in secondary school. Isn't that right?
Yes, Your Honor, even in primary school, Your Honor.
And did you study about Koitalel Arab Samoy in secondary school?
In primary school, Your Honor.
Now, you said, and it's page 12 of the transcript of yesterday, line 8 to 12, that there was a belief in the Kalenjin community that calamity would occur to that community because Koitalel had been killed by fellow Kalenjins. Do you remember talking about that?
I remember, Your Honor.
And you described him as the last king of the Kalenjin, is that right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you aware that it's very known in Kenya that Koitalel Arab Samoy was in fact cruelly beheaded by a British Army officer, Colonel Richard Meinertzhagen? That's Meinertzhagen. Had you heard about that?
I am aware, Your Honor.
In fact, so brutal a killing was it that in fact his head was sent by this army officer to London so it could be examined as to why he was such a good military strategist. Are you aware of that?
I am aware, Your Honor.
And in fact, he was with a group of Kalenjin. And he was attending what he had been told by the British was a peace meeting, a peace pact meeting with Colonel Richard Meinertzhagen. And under cover of that meeting, he was brought and then executed. You're aware of that?
I'm aware, Your Honor.
And he'd been told by his Kalenjin men that when he met the British, not to shake their hands, because if he shook the hand, it would identify him as the leader. Are you aware of that?
I'm aware, Your Honor.
He was not as you say, the last king of the Kalenjin? Was he?
He was, Your Honor.
In fact, Mr. Witness, he wasn't even a king at all, was he?
He was a king, Your Honor.
Executed by the British in 1905, he was in fact the first freedom fighter in Kenya against colonial oppression. Isn't that right?
It is right, Your Honor.
It's false, isn't it, Witness, given what you've said, that he was killed by the Kalenjin? He was killed by the British, wasn't he?
Your Honor, the Kalenjins believed that Koitalel Somoe was killed by Kalenjins because they were the one who were the traitors, they believed that fellow Kalenjins were the ones who were traitors to the British government against Koitalel Somoe, Your Honor.
Your Honor, I think, unfortunately, I wanted to do a little bit in public session at least, but I think at this point I would have to go into a private session.
Private session? For how long?
Your Honor, in all likelihood, for the rest of the day.
A private session, then.
Your Honor, I may seek to come out 5 minutes before the end, with your leave, and maybe ask a question that will summarise in a redacted form any evidence that's solicited that may be useful.